record will reflect the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. And Mr. Griffin?
Judge, we would recall Eric Warren. He's in the hall.
All right. Morning.
Morning.
Mr. Warren, you understand you're still under oath?
I do.
Okay.
Mr. Warren, let us know when you're plugged in and we're good to go, all right? Got some screen up and then we'll proceed.
Okay, I'm good to go.
I want to welcome you back. We'll proceed. If you could just maybe back up a slide or so we can overlap just a touch to pick up on the continuity of where we were. You were explaining comparing test fires. Is that where you would, can we pick up there?
Yes, that's fine with me. So I will start right here. This is the first slide where I had, after I'd already compared my own test fires, excuse me, and I started to look at the test fires that were identified to me as test fires from the same rifle that had been produced by the Arizona DPS. And so just to refresh everybody, at the top I have an illustration that will show where on that bullet I'm looking at, and in this case it was my black index right next to their green index, and then describing what is on the left side of this dividing line and what is on the right side of this dividing line, which in this case on the left would be what was identified as test fire B from the DPS Exhibit 44 Marlin rifle, and on the right would be my second test fire from the same rifle.
Let me jump in just for a second. I don't mean to interrupt you, but there may be a question about, does it matter what you use, what kind of ammo you use as test fire ammo? That's one question. And secondly, did you use the same or different ammo than what the state used when they did their test fires?
Sure, good. That's a good question. So it is very important. Ammunition choice is very critical in the comparison. I think I mentioned kind of the saying is you need to compare apples to apples yesterday, and that's simply because two different brands of ammunition, even two different types from the same manufacturer, can have different hardnesses. In the case of a lead bullet, they are typically alloyed or mixed with other elements like antimony to make it a little harder. And so you want to try to get as close to what was the exhibit that you're examining as possible. In this case, because the bullet was so damaged, a lot of times we cannot tell, and that's true in this case. You typically will look at design features of the bullet, such as the way that the shape of the nose, the overall weight and diameter. These are class characteristics of that bullet, to use a term we used yesterday. You'll also look at cannelures and the height and design of those cannelures. And what I mean by that is around the edge of the bullet, you see what kind of looks like a train track right here, and then some lines going the opposite direction of the rifling. And these were originally put into bullets, and lubricant was put there to help lubricate the bullet as it passed down the barrel. Nowadays, it's just more of a design feature of the bullets carried over from historical reasons. And so trying to match those cannelures, the spacing between them, the height from the base, those types of things can all help us and help me specifically try to identify the type of bullet it might be. And that's the reason why most crime labs, including myself, have reference collections of ammunition, so we can do those types of comparisons and try to identify the brand. What I ended up, so that's the first question. The second one, what I ended up shooting were two Fiocchi brand. It's FIOCCHI 22 caliber cartridges. I test fired two Remington brand, and then 3 federal brand that were provided to me as live rounds or cartridges that were submitted with the gun to Arizona DPS. So a total of 7 test fires. And again, yesterday I mentioned, just as a refresher, kind of the accepted standard is an absolute minimum of 2. Most people go with 3 as the standard. But in this case, because I didn't know the exact brand of the ammunition due to its damage of the bullet, and because there were some similarities with what I did have with all 3 of those brands, I chose to test fire 3 different brands in a total of 7 in this case. I went back and test fired more, but I can get into that later.
So thank you. So you were telling us about this. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes, no, that's, just to refresh everybody, the class characteristics of the gun would be that 16 right rifling, 16 lands and grooves, so 16 of these big guys, and a right twist. And so the class characteristics are not what identify or match a bullet to a gun. It's the individual characteristics inside of those. And so again, I'm lining up at that black index, those striations or scratches that carry over from my test fire to their test fire. And so as I rotate around the bullet, we continue to see that agreement of those individual characteristics. So this is moving 1 down, and you can see the correspondence there. There's another one, 2 down, and this one is really nice. You see 2 kind of deep scratches going across that match up nicely. And then spinning all the way around to one land impression away from that black index, which would be down here. So we're looking at black index plus 15, because again, there's 16 total. So I'll start with my black index, go around 15. If I go 1 more, get back to where I started. And you see that agreement again there. So in the way that I proceeded, this is not the exact order that my examination occurred. I'm doing this to kind of show that the test fires match from mine to mine and mine to Arizona. The way my examination actually progressed, after I examined my test fires together and saw the type of agreement that I showed with all those individual characteristics lining up, I compared it to the evidence bullet. And I did not see the same correspondence. And so in order to, as I stated yesterday, I tried to approach this as if it had never been worked before. I was the first person working it. And when I saw that there was that lack of correspondence, knowing the conclusion of the Arizona DPS examiner, I kind of shifted my focus at that point. Having a colleague in the field, you don't want to speak badly of them or tell them that your opinion is differing. So I shifted my focus and decided that I was going to basically try to prove that she was correct. And so I pulled out a lot of tips and tricks that we use as examiners to see if I could improve the type of markings that were on the bullet, or to change the type of markings that rifle would leave on the bullet. And that those tricks, I went back and test fired a total of 4 more cartridges, so for a total of 11. And what I did is I ran a dry patch, so it's a little cotton square of fabric, down the barrel, so it's not going to damage the metal. It's not going to change any of the rifle's characteristics itself. But let's say there's some buildup or some gunk inside of the barrel that maybe is causing it to mark differently now than it did previous to when I received it. So I ran a dry patch down the barrel to kind of clean off any loosely adhered material, and test fired 2 more cartridges. And then I ran an oily patch. So I take one of those same cotton squares and I put a lot of gun oil on it. And I run an oily patch down the barrel because lubricant inside of the barrel can cause the bullet to maybe slip around a little as it travels down the barrel and is engaging into that rifling. And the marks may change a little bit. And so I did that and test fired two more. So that's 2 with a dry patch, 2 with a wet patch, plus the 7 I had previously test fired as the rifle was received, for a total of 11. And again, I was able to compare and match those 4 back to my tests and to the tests I had received from Arizona. And so it was at that point that only then, when I still could not find any of this correspondence, after all those extra tests to the evidence bullet, I then compared the evidence bullet to the test fires from Arizona. So that was the last thing that I did. So now I'm basically, can I go back and reproduce what was done by the examiner before me and take photographs of that for my own record? And so the next group of photos is going to be my test fire to the fatal bullet, and then the last couple will be kind of reproducing the photographs that were produced by Arizona of their test fire to the fatal bullet.
Let me jump in and just ask you for clarification. You received the work product that the state's expert, Lisa Pelosa, did. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
That includes everything that she did that she kept notes of and track of in her examination. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I would call the case file, and then the work product would be the test fires as well.
Your work product, your case file has similarly been made available to the state. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. Now go ahead.
So starting here on the left-hand side is the fatal bullet. It's my Exhibit 2A. It was identified to me as Arizona DPS Exhibit 32, and that is on the left side. And on the right side, I'm starting at the black index plus 4 land impressions. So that's why I've got the number 4 right here. So the black index would actually be back behind the top of this that we cannot see. And as reference, I've put that this bottom land impression is number 6 because I'm going to rotate the bullet and I want you to be able to follow along. And so what I'm showing is this is the absolute best correspondence that I could get of my bullet to the evidence bullet. And best case scenario, there's maybe one scratch that carries over from here to here. However, if I leave the fatal bullet as it is on that red index and now rotate my bullet 4 land impressions further, so now I'm looking at the same spot on the fatal bullet, but the black index plus 8 land impressions on my bullet, again, there's also some correspondence right there and maybe a little there. So that tells me that amount of correspondence that I'm seeing is random in nature. It's like the illustration I showed earlier that if you put something out of phase, 1 or 2 things might still line up, but it's not a match. And so the fact that I can see that same level in multiple phases of 2 items tells me that that is not something that can be considered an individual characteristic matching. That's the randomness of the marks happening to match up, because you've got the exact same 2 items in one orientation having 1 or 2 things match. Rotate only one, and again, you can find 1 or 2 things that match. So staying in that same orientation at the plus 8, just again to show something, there's not really any correspondence there. And that was basically what I saw for all of my test fires that I compared to the fatal bullet. At most, I could find 1, 2 things per area that matched up, but it all appeared to be more of the random in nature and not the type of individual characteristics matching that I would call an identification. So now what I'm doing is taking a picture of the fatal bullet again on the left, now with the test fire B from Arizona DPS, Ms. Pelosa, on the right. And this was basically me lining up her index marks and trying to find the best agreement that I could and rotate in that particular phase. Even though I had matched my test fires to hers, I still was trying the best that I could to recreate what she saw to have it satisfy me that it was a match. And I was unsuccessful in doing that. And so what I'm going to do is walk you around the portion of the base of that bullet that was present, because there was a lot of damage. About half of it was missing. And so what was there, I'll walk around the bullet for you in her phase and show, hopefully demonstrate that there's a lack of that same correspondence.
On the issue of damage to the evidence or fatal bullet, as you referred to it, tell the jury, please, why that's a factor in terms of being able to do what you do.
Sure. So ideally, in an ideal world, you have a pristine bullet. And that's why when we test fire, and when I test fired in this case, we shoot into a large tank of water. So water will slow down the bullet over a large enough space, anywhere from 2 feet to 6 feet, depending on the caliber and the speed of that bullet, without really causing any deformation. So what that means is my test fires, the only marks that should be on the surface of that bullet will be those that came from the barrel. So decades ago, they would maybe shoot into a basket full of cotton waste or a bunch of phone books. And again, the idea is to stop the bullet slowly enough that you don't deform it, but you still leave all of the marks from the rifling intact. But cotton and paper can tend to burnish the surface a little bit or kind of add some fine scratches on top. And water has been deemed through a lot of trial and errors as one of the best media to shoot into. And so when you have a real life case with an evidence bullet, in this case, I believe, it passed through the bone of the skull, passed through hard objects, and you have a bullet that's lead, which is very soft. We mentioned this yesterday. Those kind of combine to make it really easy to cause damage and tearing of that bullet. And so what that equates to is normally, let's say like a fingerprint. If you were to take your finger and roll it and get that full fingerprint, you have all the features present on your fingerprint to work with. But let's say you only put one half of your finger down and you don't roll it, you just touch the ink pad or whatever they use these days. You now no longer have all of those features available to work with. And so by having half of the bullet damaged, you're basically eliminating half of those potential individual characteristics that would have been there at one time. So basically like tying one arm behind your back, kind of.
All right. Now, we heard from the state's expert yesterday the subject of suitability. Is that a word that you're familiar with in your industry?
Yes, I am.
So it was explained to us yesterday that a damaged bullet, an evidence bullet, may be suitable or unsuitable for further testing. And in fact, we're told that one of the categories or conclusions that an expert can make in your field is that the bullet is unsuitable for further testing. Ms. Pelosi yesterday told us that this bullet, in her opinion, may be suitable pending receipt of additional information. Did you find this bullet suitable enough, not damaged too much, to be able to further test?
So this would be basically on the ragged edge of suitability. So let's say that the base was completely damaged, not just half of it, and all that was left was the nose portion, or the fragment was so tiny you can't tell what part of the bullet you're looking at. That would be a bullet fragment that would be unsuitable for comparison. In this case, it would be suitable because there are those lands and grooves, and there are a few marks that could be considered individual in those lands and grooves. But there is a lot of damage to the bullet, and there is half of it missing, as I have stated before. So it would not be unsuitable because there is something to look at there. There's just not a lot to look at there. So the flip side of this would be if a firearm marked really, really well, and there were lots of really gross or big scratches that would be easy to match. Maybe if you only had one land present, if it happened to have that really good markings, you could make an identification from that. But the majority of the time, if you've only got one area, that would be something that would be unsuitable. And in this case, because of the 16 right rifling, even though half of it is missing, we still had 8 or 9 of those land and groove impressions that were visible. So we did have a little bit to work with. They also weren't well marked.
Rotate on.
Okay. So this is at the green index, and there's not really anything I can draw attention to there as far as correspondence. Rotating now to what I think is purple based on the case file that I received. And one of the things that I might kind of point out as a correspondence is maybe that one area right there. But again, that's the best that I could get it to look on the microscope. And again, you're taking a 3-dimensional curved image and flattening it out onto a 2D plane.
The bottom of this photograph.
Yes.
Over on the left-hand side, just above where it says purple, at purple. We're looking there, and it doesn't seem that there's anything that even comes close to matching, no correspondence whatsoever. How do we interpret that?
So my interpretation of that is after looking at all of the correspondence with the test fires and the lack of correspondence of my test fire to the evidence bullet, there's basically nothing there to suggest that rifle that produced my test fires is also the rifle that produced the evidence bullet.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So again, rotating, and actually this slide is actually a good one to point out. So you see kind of how eroded or smooth and uneven this area is at the bottom and even down here. Some of that could be due to damage, but it also is indicative to me of a phenomenon called gas cutting. So this is common in lead bullets because they are softer. The alternative would be bullets that have a copper jacket or that are fully copper. Copper is harder than lead, so it can withstand the pressures and the heat that are generated inside of a gun barrel better than lead can. And so what lead cutting is when the pressure builds up behind that lead bullet and is hot enough that it manages to basically blow by the side of that bullet and go in front of it instead of being stuck behind it, pushing it down the barrel. And that is a phenomenon that can cause some of this erosion. It's not what we would call an individual characteristic. It's just a feature, more of a random feature of firing a lead bullet. But if a gun tends to gas cut, I would expect the test fires to have gas cutting as well. Maybe not in the exact same areas, but that would be a feature that I would observe. And I did not observe that on any of my test fires or Ms. Pelosa's test fires. So rotating around the bullet from the purple index to now what is marked as the black index, hers, not mine. Again, I want to point out that the class characteristics do tend to match up. You see that the widths of the big lands and grooves are correct, but based on our general rifling characteristics list, so the guns that would also have these class characteristics, it was something like 50 different models of Marlin rifle and about 3 or 4 other brands. So we're talking millions of other firearms. Hundreds of millions would have those exact same widths. But again, when looking past that at the individual characteristics, I'm unable to really point out any clear correspondence in these photos. So rotating around again to the red index, and again, not really any correspondence other than class characteristics, and you can now see we're kind of to that damaged area where we lose the rifling.
I want to go back just for a second. You mentioned that there's as you just stated, millions of Marlins out there. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that is fair.
All right. And we were referred to yesterday as to the GRC as a way to determine what rifles have certain class characteristics. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is.
And can you tell us whether there are updated versions of GRC?
Yes, so the FBI started in, I believe, 1977. They have probably one of the largest reference collections, definitely in the US, maybe in the world. And they started looking at test fires from all of their reference collections and making a database of all of them. So what they would do is they would go through methodically through all their guns in their reference collection and they would test fire them. And then on a microscope, they would measure the widths of those lands and grooves and put them into a big access database. And up until, I believe, 2014, I think was probably the latest. Off the top of my head, that's what I remember. They would send out these CDs with this access database to law enforcement agencies. And so if you get a bullet, but you do not have a gun, and you want to give the investigators an idea of what type of gun they might be looking for, you would take the bullet, you would measure those lands and grooves, you would basically those class characteristics like we talked about yesterday, the Ford Explorer. And you would then put all those class characteristics into this database, and it will spit out a list of guns that meets those requirements. And then I was part of the AFTE, or the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners. They had a committee that they formed when the FBI had kind of started to discontinue updating their database. And we decided that we would take over that database and keep it updated ourselves within our field. And so I was part of the committee that helped to design, implement the front, the GUI, or the interface for users on the website, as well as the SQL database in the background that had all of those entries. And we continue to keep that updated to this date.
very familiar with the updated versions as opposed to out-of-date versions?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us whether Ms. Pelosa, when you reviewed her material, whether she used an outdated version or an updated version?
Her version was I don't remember the exact year, maybe 2010 FBI version, and I'd used the most recent AFTI version for 2021.
That may not have changed necessarily what weapons were in or out of that, but it's clear that in your field, you need to stay up on the material?
Yes, that is correct. And the GRC was pretty much the same. The 16 right, what's called micro-groove rifling, hasn't really changed over the years, and nobody else has really adopted it other than the same core firearms manufacturers.
Go ahead.
And so that's going around the evidence bullet with both my test fires and those from Arizona. And at the conclusion, I'm showing, again, basically, due to randomness, there might be one or two of these stria or scratches that match. But in general, there are overwhelmingly more differences than similarities. And so the conclusion that I have to reach is that the rifle, at least in its current condition that was given to me, did not produce those same stria to match that of the evidence bullet.
Your conclusion, obviously, is different than the conclusion of Ms. Pelosi.
That is correct.
Thank you. I have no further.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Mr. Barker?
Let's just be clear about your conclusion. It's inconclusive, is your conclusion, right?
That is correct. It would be what's called by AFTI as an inconclusive.
You're not eliminating this bullet from being fired from item 44, right?
Correct, only because I do not know what condition this firearm would have been in if it were the correct firearm at the time it was fired.
Right. So we know that, and we've heard this before, but there are a number of conclusions as a firearm examiner you can make, right? One of them is an identification, which we've talked about. We just talked about elimination. Then there's the middle area, inconclusive, right?
That is correct, yes.
And that's where you're at on this case.
That is correct.
Counsel said yesterday that there's subjectivity in your industry. Do you agree?
Yes, there is that to some extent.
Is it common for there to be disagreement?
No, it's uncommon if not rare.
But in your career, you've had, 3 cases where someone's disagreed with your conclusion?
I've had 2 instances where I've disagreed with somebody else's conclusion in addition to this trial today.
Right. And the other way to put it is someone disagreed with your conclusion, right?
I was brought in after the fact, so I would say I disagreed with them.
Okay. We had a little bit of a semantics issue yesterday with Lisa Pelosa as well. So you consider if someone disagrees with you only if they've done the test after you?
No, I mean, it's a matter of your perspective, I guess. At the end of the day, there were 2 different conclusions. Who disagreed with who, I think, is not
Up for
really-
debate.
Exactly.
Okay. That's fair enough. How much are you being paid to be here, sir?
$250 per hour.
And so you get paid for your testimony beyond the lab work, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
If you weren't being called to testify today, you wouldn't be paid as much as you're being paid now.
That's correct.
All right. Let me just make sure I understand your experience level. How many years have you been doing firearm examination?
So I've been in this field for 12 years, and the first, like I mentioned yesterday, about 20 months of it was spent training in this field.
And did you divide your time between the comparison type of work we're talking about here with another type of area of firearm work?
No.
Okay, so you were solely doing the microscopic work we've been talking about.
So at the Bureau, when I was employed by the state before, every forensic scientist is assigned to what's called basically a CSI team. And my area of expertise when I was assigned to one of those CSI teams was still firearms. So the entire time I've been with the Bureau, yes, the majority of my time is spent doing microscope work.
All right. Give us a percentage of how much time was on the microscope as opposed to the CSI work you talked about.
I wouldn't say for sure, maybe 95% was on the microscope.
I think yesterday you said you did somewhere around 1,300 cases at TBI, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
The lab you're at now, it's a private lab, you mentioned, right?
That is correct, yes.
It's not accredited?
It is not.
It's not independently audited, right?
That is correct.
I think you said you testified around 50 times in the past. Is that accurate?
That would be accurate.
And was that testimony specific to firearm comparison?
The majority of it, again, I don't know percentages, but probably something like 90% would be specific to this microscopic. The rest of it would be like shooting reconstruction.
All right, fair enough. We talked about, well, you just talked about using the same type of bullet to do your comparisons, right? Apples to apples, I think you referred to.
That is correct, yes.
And how do you know what type of bullet was used in the fatal bullet, the evidence bullet?
Right, and so as I mentioned earlier, because of the damage, it was not possible to really be conclusive, so I testified 3 different brands to kind of cover my bases that were the 3 closest I could find, again, to get as close to that apples to apples as I could.
And then you compared your testifiers to the DPS testifiers, and they matched, right?
That is correct, yes.
So in that sense, there was kind of an apples to apples comparison. You knew that at least those matched, those were fired through the same firearm.
Yes, and that's the point of doing these test fires. You look at those first so you can develop that idea of what that mechanical fingerprint of that firearm looks like before you even look at the evidence.
Okay. And then according to the state's expert, I know that you're in some disagreement about it, but her test fires matched the evidence bullet. That was her conclusion.
That was hers, that was not mine.
Right. Is there a reason why, let's just talk about the photos. Is there a reason why your photos appear golden in color as opposed to the gray lead?
So the type of light that is used, we don't use daylight. We have fluorescent lighting, we have halogen lighting, and that of course gives it kind of a golden hue.
All right. I also noticed it looks like you're using 22-time magnification. Is that right?
For these pictures, yes.
Can you go closer?
You can go closer or farther away.
And is there a reason why you didn't magnify it more?
So whenever you go kind of the field standard, nobody really goes above 20. Rarely you'll go above 40, maybe for tool marks instead of bullets. And to take that one step farther, we don't use something like SEM that can go up to hundreds of thousands of times, because beyond a certain point, you're basically looking at features that aren't from the rifling. And so this has been something that's been looked at over the years by examiners, and so the typical range will be 10 to 40x for comparisons.
10 to 40x, okay.
Yeah.
Can we bring up the slides again, and can you just show us again the individual characteristics between the evidence bullet and the test fires that you found?
So ask that again, the individual between my test fires and
And the evidence bullet.
the evidence bullet. So I think the best picture that I could find, that I could produce, is probably this very first one at the black index +4, and you can kind of see 1, maybe 2 scratches that cross over. But again, the reason I showed the very next photograph, excuse me, I went the wrong way, at 4 more land impressions down, but the same spot on the evidence bullet, is because you can still see, maybe 1 here and 1 up here, to suggest that those aren't, these are random matches rather than an individual match.
I understand that. I guess I'm having a hard time with the laser pointer seeing what you're referring to as an individual characteristic. Is there a way to zoom in on the slides anyway?
Not that I know of in PowerPoint. Sure.
Come in.
Remember which slide you were on there?
That would be slides 17 and 18.
Let me help you out. Can you show us a little bit better there?
Sure. So there's the 1 potential, and then there's maybe a second one there. Yes, that's correct.
Let me show you some different photos. If I could approach a witness judge.
No, I can't say that I've seen these.
Can I ask you to do something for us today?
Sure.
Put this on the screen and have you.
We need foundation.
I'm not admitting them, I'm just asking him to identify certain characteristics. It's a demonstrative aid.
Some foundation where they can tear it up.
Not going to be speaking. So if we
course.
sidebar, no.
Again, I'm not admitting.
I understand that.
These exhibits.
But he's still an objection. He hasn't said the word objection, but that's what this is, an objection regarding foundation.
There's no foundation that needs to be laid because it's not being admitted. So I guess we need to take a sidebar on this.
Go on sidebar. Objections overruled. Mr. Barker, you may proceed.
Just so everyone can see what we're talking about, sir. If I could help you. This is 196.
Okay, so you're displaying 190, it's been marked for identification, not admitted, but 196, correct? Yes, you may.
See that okay, sir?
Yes, I can.
Zoom in, whatever you need. Does this appear to be a comparison between looking?
Yes, it does.
I'd like to voir dire the witness.
Counsel approach. Request is denied. You may proceed, Mr. Barker.
All right, so going back to 196, can you make any comparison? If establishing this appears to be a comparison, take it to the first line. Can you see any agreement there?
Sure. So the first thing that comes to mind looking at this, the class characteristics aren't lined up properly. So that would be the first disconcerting feature. So you can see that it's offset here with your class characteristic. That actual groove impression starts down here on this. And again, you see this gas cutting. So I'm assuming so best practices would actually indicate, I would suggest that you at a bare minimum label the photograph with what you're looking at. So I don't know what these exhibits are, but this appears to be gas cutting. So I'm assuming the left-hand side is the fatal bullet in this case. I don't know the magnification, but the class characteristics don't exactly line up well. The second issue in getting to your specific question, there does appear to be maybe 3 stria right here that appear to carry over from one side to the next, but I don't know how many different phases I can get those same agreement to be seen. And there we go. And exactly. And furthermore,
Can we go back? I didn't get that, and nor did the court reporter because I looked at her. So can he? You kind of talked over each other right at that moment, and I didn't get it. So.
yes.
Zoomed in on that spot where you said there's stria that line up. And that's when I talked over you. Proceed.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. So in the zoomed area, we're looking right at the edge. Well, we were right here is where we zoomed in on the edge of that groove impression. And again, I mentioned that I don't know how many different phases we could get similar things to line up. But the second thing that's most concerning, even though you see these 3 scratches that appear to line up, typically I would never use this for an identification because groove impressions, which is what this raised portion, are known and have been proven in peer-reviewed literature to have a higher instance of another class that we have not talked about called subclass that cannot be used for an identification. So if I could see, like I showed in my test fires, stria in the land impression, and then some of this in the groove impression, it would go to strengthen that conclusion. But having no correspondence in the most important parts and only very minimal on one small portion of a misaligned groove, this particular photograph would not be useful to me as an examiner for making an identification.
Well, that's getting to, I guess, my next question. Do you make comparisons?
No, we typically, we have to examine the actual exhibits to be able to try those different phases and look at the full surface.
Let's go to 197.
No, I cannot. I will say that here the class characteristics do appear to be lined up a little better. But again, going back to the land impressions, it's hard to tell right here if this is damage on the evidence bullet or whether it really is part of a single scratch that would line up. But other than that, I do not see anything.
All right, so identified it, like you have seen these photos before. Did you review all of Lisa Pelosi's work?
I did, but what was provided to me were small black and white photos, so I cannot say if those were the same.
All right. You mentioned that you don't compare or you don't make comparisons based on photos, and what would be the reasons for that?
So it's more of a professional courtesy. There is, when you have the actual items, you can look at it yourself and try different phases as opposed to relying on somebody that has already pre-aligned them and trusting that they did that correctly. So it is possible to look at photographs and say whether you see, some level of agreement, but to talk about the significance of that you would really have to compare it in every single orientation. So I guess it would be possible in some circumstance that somebody could take, 700 photographs of comparing everything in every orientation. You could go through and look at all of those and might be able to render a conclusion, but that's not common practice.
That's not how it's done, right?
Correct.
And you said it's not even common to show photos for comparison purposes, right? When you're testifying.
Yes, that is correct.
Now, if an untrained person were looking at through a comparison microscope like you talked about doing, would you expect them to make the same conclusions you did?
No, probably not, unless it was a really easy cut and dry case.
All right. What if the person had a year of experience? Same conclusions?
It would just depend. So every case, every combination of bullet and cartridge case that's fired in a gun is going to be different. There will be a whole, range from really difficult to really easy, and it would depend.
All right. In general, experience matters, right?
Up until a point, yeah, it's diminishing returns.
So at some point you have too much experience?
I would say at some point, you're like training for a marathon, you're only going to ever be able to get so good. When you're driving and you have your learner's permit, you're driving with the, experience of somebody else, and you're only going to get so good before you can't become a better driver.
So why is it important that we spent 15 minutes yesterday talking about your experience?
Sure. So to highlight the fact that you've gone through a rigorous training program that is set forth by all of the experts in the field and have all agreed that basically this is the core that you need to be able to do to be competent and proficient in your particular field. And so in that training program that we spent time talking about, you're basically looking at absolute best case scenario, absolute worst case scenario. So an example would be 2 barrels that were rifled with the exact same tool immediately, one right after the other, and you test fire through those 2 bullets. This is what's called a consecutive barrel test. So the theory is that these 2 barrels are going to match or are going to leave marks that are the absolute closest that could possibly occur from 2 separate items. So you're trained to look at those and see, okay, absolute, if you had bullets from 2 different guns, because they're 2 different consecutive barrels, how much similarity do they see so that you can form that opinion? Or, here's 2 different guns, 2 similar, the exact same gun that fires multiple, like 2 different types of ammo. So you can see, worst case scenario, 1 gun firing 2 different types of ammo and the differences that are there.
All right. When did you receive the evidence you examined in this case?
I received it, I'm referring to my notes, on September 12th.
About a week before this trial began?
2 weeks, yeah, something like that.
When did you provide your report to the defense?
The 20th, maybe September 19th or 20th?
Okay. About a day before this trial started?
No, I don't know the actual date.
When did you provide your lab notes to the defense?
That would have been on September 20th.
All right. What about the PowerPoint that you showed in trial?
Friday, this past Friday maybe, I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, you were asked in direct about a report you ran for possible firearms. Tell me
Yes.
again what the name of that is.
That is the AFTE, or the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiner, GRC, General Rifling Characteristics Database.
You may.
We'll just identify that for us. Is this your report with the lab notes attached? Take a minute to look through it.
Yes, that is my report and case file.
All right, perfect. And then there's a page, I don't know if it's numbered.
In the bottom right corner, yes, sir.
What does that say?
5.
2005?
5 and then my initials.
Okay, so it's written down number.
That's correct.
Is this the database you're talking about?
That is, yes.
On page 5. Do you see any problem with that? Your search parameters, sir?
No.
Let me make sure I understand. You talked about to run the report, you need to put in the class characteristics, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Which class characteristics did you put in that report?
So in this, I put the caliber and the measurements of the lands and grooves.
How many lines of grooves did you put in there?
That is not in the search parameter. I'm not going to bias the search by putting in that information.
Okay, so you didn't put 16 lines and grooves in there,
No, I did not.
even though that's what you knew
Yes.
was required?
That's
Okay.
correct.
And it gave you more, so it gave you more guns than would actually be able to fire this particular evidence bullet, right?
Yes, because I didn't have the full base of that evidence bullet, so you can't actually say that it's 16 lands and grooves. You only have, I'll check. There are only 9 visible, so I know that there's more than 9, but just based on that bullet, again, not to bias myself, I did not enter that information because that evidence bullet did not physically have 16 lands and grooves. So all I did was enter the measurements, and that gave me a list with the majority of 16 lands and grooves, a couple with 20 and one with 12.
But you were testifying today that the general characteristics in that bullet are 16 lands and grooves, right?
I said that they happen to match up, the class characteristics match up with my 16 right test fires.
Because you're not eliminating this firearm from firing that bullet, right?
That's correct, because those class characteristics are the same. It's common by accredited labs not to outright eliminate if the class characteristics match, because scientifically you weren't there originally when the supposed gun was shot, so you can't say beyond, with every possible scenario scientifically that it could not be it.
And the firearm in question, is on that list?
It is, yes.
Okay. Let me ask you if you agree with this definition for identification. Agreement of a combination of individual characteristics and all discernible class characteristics where the extent of agreement exceeds that which can occur in the comparison of tool marks made by different tools and is consistent with the agreement demonstrated by tool marks known to have been produced by the same tool.
Yes, that is part of the AFD theory of identification.
All right, there's no numerical value attached to that, right?
No, there's not.
It doesn't define how many individual characteristics need to be shown.
No, it does not.
And we talked about those acceptable ranges of conclusions already, and I think we've already established that yours was inconclusive. Now, we talked about there are like 3 classes of inconclusive. Are you familiar with this?
Yes, that is correct.
Which one does yours fall into?
Sure. Mine, so for the jury's sake, there's an inconclusive A, a B, and a C. So an inconclusive A is basically there's not quite enough there, but I think it's a match. B is there's not enough there, and I can't tell you either way. C is there's just not enough there, but again, given what is present, I cannot scientifically outright exclude the firearm. And sorry to answer your question, mine would be the inconclusive C.
So help me understand this. You're familiar, obviously, with AFD and the Code of Ethics, right?
That is correct, yes.
And one of the, I guess, the rules in that code is the expert will avoid unclear, misleading, circuitous, or ambiguous language that may be misconstrued or misunderstood. Help me understand why your report did not adopt the language from AFD.
So it is not common at all. In fact, I don't know of any crime labs that verbatim list exactly what AFD says. Again, those are guidelines for the way that we reach our conclusion, not the actual verbiage that our conclusion will have in it. Mine is standard for something that is an inconclusive C, which is basically stating in its current condition, I do not, there's nothing there that makes me think that it is a match, but I can't account for every possible scenario under the sun, so I'm not going to outright do that elimination.
So your report says due to the lack of corresponding stria, there are insufficient marks, right? That's your conclusion?
Yes.
And the inconclusive classes you just talked about, B is the one that talks about insufficiency, right?
So B would be basically there's insufficient marks for a comparison period without going either way.
All right, and you're saying yours is inconclusive, but you're adopting the C category.
Correct.
All right. We talked about that code of ethics, let me ask you about this one. It says, "It is not the object of the examiner's appearance in court to present only the evidence that supports the view of the side which employs him or her." You agree with that?
Yes, I do.
It's important to be objective, right?
That's correct.
And that's why state-run labs don't consult with law enforcement about the report before they author it.
That has not been my experience, no. They typically will consult, especially on the form that the law enforcement agency turns in with the evidence. There's almost always an area for a statement of facts and a request. And that area, as was in this case, they typically will say, you know, so-and-so was murdered by so-and-so, or, you know, this gun is the murder weapon, please test.
Well, would it be weird to, and wouldn't it show some level of bias if the examiner were to tweak a report to satisfy the requesting agency?
Yes.
But that's what you did in this case, right? Or you offered to do in this case?
No.
Sir, you emailed defense counsel and said, "I'm happy to tweak and change it to your liking," the report. Isn't that what you said?
Yes, and that was referring to typos or anything like that.
That's not what you said. You said, "I'm happy to tweak and change it to your liking,"
Yes.
period.
I mean, at that point, my conclusions were already solidified. The only thing that would need to be tweaked or changed is any type of typographical error or anything like that.
That's not what you said, right?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a moment? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect. Mr. Griffin.
Let's address the last insinuation first. In your conclusion, you sent a draft report to me. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. That's
You
common.
asked whether there would be any need to tweak or change anything. Is that correct?
Correct?
Did I tell you there was any need to tweak or change anything?
No, you did not.
Did you tweak or change anything in the conclusion of your report, sir?
No, as I stated, my conclusions were already solidified at that point. It was all administrative or typographical.
Thank you. Did you have anything to do with when you were hired?
No.
When you were hired, sir?
No, I did not.
Did you have ample time to conduct your investigation in this case?
Yes, I was given ample time.
We were told yesterday by Ms. Pelosa that she likely worked on the comparison of this case for approximately 2.5 hours. Would you tell the jury how much time?
Objection out of the scope.
Sustained.
Sidebar, thank you.
Objection sustained.
Thank you. Let me rephrase the question. I want to clarify, how much time did you spend under the microscope doing the work that you did in this case?
So I had the evidence for basically 4 days, and across those 4 days, I spent somewhere like 15 to 16 hours on the microscope.
That's not including time to shoot the bullets, do the other things that you have to do to prepare your investigation. Is that correct?
It would include test firing the firearm, but it would not include all of the photographs and the worksheets.
You were asked about exhibits 196 through, well, maybe 197 about those photographs, and you indicated that those photographs did not contain certain things that you would look for professionally. Is that fair?
Yes, that is fair.
So no labels?
No, so you should always, again, it's common in the field to label a comparison photograph like that with a bare minimum of what exhibit is on each side, and also preferably either a magnification or a scale bar. And you know, the way I was trained was also to put the date on there.
And I think you clarified this, but if you were just shown photographs professionally, is it within your protocol to make a decision on whether something is a match or is inconclusive or unsubstantiated, or do you have to do the physical microscopic work?
Right, yes, like I mentioned before, because you need to be able to look at the exhibits yourself on the microscope and look at all different phases and possibilities, you would not make a conclusion based just off of a handful of photographs.
And just to clarify, at my request, you did a PowerPoint in order to be able to show the jury your work product. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I suppose if we had your fancy comparison microscope and we had each juror look at the bullet, you'd be more happy with that. Is that fair?
I would be more happy to be able to, yeah, it's got an output so we could look at it in real time and rotate it. And I could demonstrate it better than I could with just a two-dimensional photograph.
Feel that the photographs that you provided to the jury are helpful in having them see what you aim to conclude?
Yes, again, as I mentioned yesterday, because the amount of correspondence between my test fires was so great and so lacking with the evidence, I thought that would be helpful.
Let me see if I understand inconclusive A, B, and C. All right. So I'm thinking, is inconclusive A, is that another way of saying you don't have enough, but you're tilting toward a match?
Yes, that would be a fair thing to say.
Is inconclusive C saying I don't have enough, but I'm tilting toward exclusion?
Yes, that would also be correct.
One last thing. So in terms of all of your work, your background, your education, are you a learner's permit driver in the field of ballistics?
No, I would be a fully licensed driver.
Think you're at the top of your game, fair to say, given your experience and background, sir?
I would certainly say I do the best that I can.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, do any of the jurors have a question for this witness? Okay, looks like we may. All right, counsel, since there's several questions, do you mind approaching? To the sidebar. Did you compare all of AZ DPS? I'm sorry, let me repeat that. Did you compare all of AZ DPS's test fires to the fatal bullet or just test fire B?
Sure. So that's a great question. So they sent me 3 test fires, and I compared all 3 to the fatal bullet, and I also compared all of mine as well. The reason I chose B was because based on the markings and all the multiple colored indexes that were present on B, it was clear that that's the one that was used for their case. And so again, to be able to try my best to see what they saw, that's why I took photographs specifically with B.
All right, so you may have answered these questions, but that just given your testimony, but I'm going to go ahead and just ask them. If only test fire B, why?
Yes. So B, because that's the one that seemed to be the marked with multiple indexes.
Why did you only show us test fire B from AZ DPS?
Again, because that's the one that they used. So in my mind, you know, across the 3, it was consistent. I didn't see any type of agreement like I showed in the photographs. And so it would have been redundant. And just to be able to say, look, this is what they found looked the best, I used the one that to me, appeared that they had used.
Can gas cutting be influenced by moisture, cold, or heat?
That's a good question. So I don't know about the moisture. I guess if moisture got into the barrel, potentially. I don't know the answer to that, but heat and cold definitely can. It would have to be pretty extreme heat or cold for that metal to actually increase by more than a few degrees to expand or contract.
What, if anything, could influence gas cutting?
So again, it's really only seen with lead. So if you change to a different type of metal bullet, you're not going to get that gas cutting. Other things could be if there's, potentially excessive lubrication, which is why I said, if moisture got into the barrel and it can cause that bullet to then slip a little bit inside, then that could present an increased chance to have gas cutting as gas would blow by that bullet.
If bullets were confiscated when the warrants were served, can the confiscated ammo be used as the test fires to maintain the same brand of ammo and lot?
That's exactly what I did in this case. So I noticed in Ms. Pelosa's case file, there was an option where she was examining the firearm, and there's a box that says, were live rounds submitted? And she checked no, but I noticed on that submittal form that they were present. And so I specifically requested, when the approval for me to examine the evidence, I specifically requested to also examine those cartridges, those live rounds. I was not given that opportunity, but they did indicate to me that they took 3 from that box and sent it to me, and I did use those as my test fires, as some of them.
Does temperature and weather have an effect when the rifle is fired from an outdoor environment to a lab?
That's a good question. So the lab setting obviously is more controlled, environmentally controlled and things like that. And like we mentioned before, maybe some extreme temperature fluctuations could cause something like that, could cause differences between the field and the lab conditions, laboratory conditions. But again, to me, the biggest thing would be it would have to get into the muzzle, into the barrel itself, excuse me. So like if it's really rainy outside and muddy and the gun is dropped and some mud gets into the barrel, or if that firearm had not been shot for many, many years and there were cobwebs and insects that were living inside in the barrel, those potentially could cause some differences. And again, that's why I went back and tried to use dry patch and oily patch to try to account for as much of these variations as I could.
How long do the individual characteristics of a rifle last unchanged?
So there have been several studies that have been published over the years. There were 2 really big ones in the 90s where they took somebody in a Japanese crime lab. They took a revolver, so shooting lead bullets, and they took a 1911, so a semi-automatic pistol that would be copper-jacketed bullets. And they shot, multiple thousands of rounds through them, and were able to say that, even after these several hundreds and thousands of rounds, we can still match. Yes, over time, the wear and tear of that barrel, some of those characteristics can change, but by far and large, they were still able to match the first to the last because there was still enough that hadn't changed. And so it's very common. We've had, in addition to those 2 peer-reviewed studies, we've had others where they've looked at the persistence of individual characteristics. And they do change with extreme use and abuse over time, but it's been shown that the majority of them stay and are able to be used for a match.
With an unknown number of rounds fired by the owner, the state firing 3 rounds and you firing 11 through the rifle, would that number of rounds change the individual characteristics of the rifle?
So no, it would not. Not with that few number. Now, it could be possible, again, as I've mentioned, maybe the gun had just been freshly cleaned before it was last fired, and then Arizona test fired 3, and then I test fired 7. So when I went back and did some of that retesting, that's why, that yet another reason why I wanted to use that dry patch and that oily patch. Yeah, hope that answers your question.
Any other questions from the jury before I turn the witness over for follow-up? All right, I don't see any indication the jury has any other questions for this witness. So, Mr. Barker, any follow-up?
I think it's Mr. Griffin's witness.
Oh, you're absolutely correct. Ms. Griffin, absolutely.
Just a few, just to follow up. I want to make sure I have this correct. Let me start from the back and work forward. One of the juror questions talked about confiscated ammunition, and you related to us how you approached this. Let me make sure that I understand clearly. Ms. Pelosa did not use confiscated ammunition as test fires. Is that correct?
At least it was not indicated in her case file, yes.
You used confiscated ammunition as well as other ammunition. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And why is that important again?
Sure. So again, like the question had suggested, you want to try to make sure you have the same part number and even lot number, because from lot to lot, the manufacturer can change the ingots or the big blocks of metal that they use for their lead bullets. And so the same lot is basically as close as you're going to get to the apples-to-apples scenario.
All right, so that's something that an experienced examiner would
Objection
want to
leading.
do.
Sustained.
Is that something that an experienced operator or examiner would want to do?
Yes, so that's actually typically a recommendation in the policies for you. If there is ample, if there's just like one cartridge, one live round, it's up to it's what's called examiner discretion as to whether or not you actually want to consume that sample. So typically you would reach out if you work for a crime lab to the prosecutor and ask if it was okay if you consumed that evidence. But if there's multiple, such as in the case of a whole box, yes, you would absolutely include that in your test fires. I will say that even though I did use the test fires, as part of my test fires, the ammunition that was received in this case, the cannelures, they did not match up. So I do not believe that the ammo in that box was the same as the fatal bullet, but I still wanted to use it because again, it was definitely associated with that rifle, those live rounds, and so I still wanted to be able to have that as a comparison.
And one last final clarification, if I can. So you mentioned you were asked questions about using states test B. You recall that?
Yes.
And do I understand correctly what you're saying is you looked at all the state's test fires and compared them all. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you determined that, if you will, as a courtesy or to try to be as fair as possible, you decided to use what you thought was the bullet that they tested that best tried to support their conclusion.
Yes, that is correct.
And the other bullets did not support their conclusion, in your opinion. Is that correct?
None of the bullets that I test fired or none of theirs seem to support it, in my opinion.
I appreciate the fairness, but is that part of the protocol that you utilize? Is that a standard thing?
No, so typically, again, you want to approach it like it's never been worked before. So I did all of my own test fires and all of my own comparisons first before I even looked at those from Arizona. I mean, I documented them. I took notes on what the packaging was and just did a general overall photograph, nothing microscopic. but it wasn't until I finished my comparison and realized that my conclusion was not likely going to be the same that I changed courses and kind of altered the way that I normally would work a case to try and then to basically prove that she was correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Burke.
Yeah, let me follow up on the question about using the confiscated ammo. And the last point you made was, what was it that you said made you believe that the confiscated ammo wasn't the same as the ammo from the evidence bullet?
Right. So I talked about the class characteristics of the bullets themselves, and I use that word canalure, the train track, and basically the widths and the numbers and how far off the base they are. And those did not line up.
Does that mean you're excluding the evidence bullet coming from the confiscated rounds?
It means that the evidence bullet, yeah, I guess that's the way you could, I mean, that's not something that we would necessarily articulate that way. I would say that the features on the evidence rounds that were sent to me do not match the class characteristics, those features that were visible on the damaged evidence bullet.
And which class characteristics are you talking about?
Again, those class characteristics would be the canalures and the heights and the widths and the number of them.
Is this a lands and grooves?
No, it is not.
Okay.
The lands and grooves would be from the rifle, not the ammo itself.
I see. And the confiscated ammo that you fired, you matched that up with the DPS fire?
Yes, yeah. Those test fires match my other test fires as well as the ones from DPS.
Okay, so all those match together.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, may this witness be excused, Mr. Griffin, and step down?
Yes.
All right. You're excused, you may step down.
Thank you, Judge.
So it's 10:30, and we've been going an hour and a half, and I think it'd be a great time to take our morning recess. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please remember the admonition. Do not talk to anyone about the case. Do not let anyone talk to you about it. That includes each other. Keep an open mind, and please do not formulate any position. Keep an open mind about the case, and please don't form any opinions about the case. All right, we stand in recess, approximately 15 minutes. Please be seated. Counsel, anything you want to put on the record before we take our morning recess? No. All right, I want to address the gallery, all right? And this really only applies to a few people. Really, I want to be really careful here. But folks, you got to minimize how much you're coming in and out of the courtroom. I know, I'm just trying to be really careful, and I'm not trying to single out, but one person's got me concerned. It's, okay, so right now, just the way that door opened is a good example, is when you come in and out of the courtroom, please hold the door quietly. There's some folks that know to do that, attorneys that have been coming in and out. Ms. Fresk was a good example where I didn't even hear the door. So when you go in and out of the courtroom, you got to hold that door softly so it closes softly when you're going in or out. And you got to minimize. You should not be going in and out of the courtroom. If you want to observe the trial, please minimize how much you're going in and out. I'm very concerned it can be disruptive to the jury. I want the jury's total focus on the testimony during the trial and the evidence being presented. So, thank you. We stand in recess. record reflect the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. Mr. Griffin, you may call your next witness. Oh, Dahlia, sorry. Sorry.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? This you do under the penalty of perjury?
Mr. Gooch, good morning. Do you mind taking your mask off just while you testify?
No, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Griffin.
Thanks, Judge.
See.
Good afternoon, or I guess it's still morning. Good morning. Could you tell us your full name, please?
My full legal name is James A. Gooch.
Go by Jim?
Oh, yes, sir.
We call you Jim, that okay?
We'll be fine.
We're going to be talking to the jury, so direct your comments toward them so that they can clearly hear you. And let me ask you just a series of just some background questions first, all right? So first and foremost, are you related to Mark Gooch?
It is, sir. He is our son.
Right here.
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit about you first, and then we'll get to the family. How old a man are you, sir?
I'm 50. Excuse me. I'm 59.
And are you married, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what's your wife's name?
My wife's name is Anita.
In the back of the courtroom?
He's in the back in the corner.
Thank you. Where's home, sir?
We live in Wisconsin.
How long has Wisconsin been home base?
We've lived in Wisconsin since 2002.
Before then?
We lived in North Carolina,
How long did you live in North Carolina?
10 or 15 years.
You have dress that appears similar to some that we've seen in the courtroom during the course of this trial. Is that associated with any background or religion?
We are part of the Mennonite Church and have been attending since 1990.
Were you, so that would tell me that you would not have been born into the church.
No, sir. We were not from Christian background.
And say 1990, so tell me a little bit about the structure of your family. How many children do you have?
We had 7 children.
Where does Mark fit in within the siblings?
He is the youngest.
And so you would have joined the church before Mark was born,
Correct.
before any of the kids were born?
No, my oldest daughter was approximately 6 years old.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. So when you joined the church, was that before you moved to Gleason?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are there Mennonite churches situated throughout the United States?
In most areas, there would be conservative Mennonite churches.
We heard a little discussion about the different aspects of the Mennonite religion. Could you share a little bit about the different ranges when we talk about conservatism? Are there different sort of factions and branches of the church?
Yes, sir. The biggest difference is the particular groups that we would fellowship with are ones that believe in, or biblicists, believe in the truth of the Scripture and try to follow it as closely as possible.
All right. As opposed to?
For example, the conference churches have left off a lot of traditional values, such as the head covering.
So what is it about the dress that is unique or important to the Mennonite culture?
Well, the Scripture says that we are to be modestly apparelled, and we have particularly taken a style that covers the body and is not a flashy type style.
All right. We've also heard some talk about technology and how Mennonite culture views that. Can you comment on that at all?
It will vary from church to church, but primarily your conservative churches are looking at use of technology that does not compromise biblical values. So this is why television is not in their homes.
Because of the potential to
Well, the filth it brings in.
all right. Talk to me a little bit about, we've also had some discussion about the Mennonite culture when it comes to violence or aggressiveness or self-defense even. Can you talk at all about those topics?
It's very clearly, we know from even Jesus said, he said, my kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, then would my servants fight that I might deliver to the Jews. And traditionally, we have held the view of nonviolence, non-participation in things like the police force where violence and force would be needed.
Now, what about if somebody was needed to defend themselves against an aggressor? What would be the Mennonite response tradition?
It will vary a little bit, but we would feel is to use, to resist to the point of killing an aggressor. And that person, if they're not saved and ready to meet their maker, we've condemned them to hell. And that, it's better my life to be sacrificed and be ready to meet my maker than to have someone die and be condemned to hell at my hands.
Short answer is self-defense to the extreme would not be something that would be...
Correct. Correct.
All right. Tell me a little bit about how your family was raised within the Mennonite culture, how you raised your family. Tell me about schooling, tell me about church, tell me about how that's involved in your lifestyle.
The school is typically in most Mennonite churches, there is a school associated with that we highly support. Their teachers are generally or within our congregation or similar congregations. So all the values that was expressed in our church, in our homes, in our school are all the same.
All right. As you've just sort of articulated to me, some of those include what you just discussed.
Right.
So Mennonite schooling, does it have a range? Is it K through blank? What is it generally?
It'll vary from state to state. Wisconsin is 1st to 8th, and some states require 8th, 16th, or 10th grade. So whatever the state requires.
Tell us about what educational background your children got in Gleason. Would it have been through 8th grade or what?
Through 8th grade.
That is typical of the Mennonite culture?
It depends on what state. But in Wisconsin, pretty much they're educating through the 8th grade.
I want to specifically focus on Mark Gooch and ask, is that his educational pattern?
Yes.
Does he get at some point, does he secure a GED? Does he do any high school through the public system?
Well, he did get his GED. Typically, our school students are generally 3 to 4 years ahead of their grade, anticipated grade level. So they're basically at high school level by the time they graduate the 8th grade.
Now, I want to go back and just focus on two things. You talked about the use of force, and you talked about law enforcement and maybe participation in the military. So let me ask you about that. So generally speaking, would a Mennonite participate in the military in the United States?
No.
All right. And would that fall under a religious objection, a conscientious objector situation? How does that work?
It would be conscientious objector.
You mentioned law enforcement. Generally, they would not participate in that because of the need for force.
Correct.
Now, in addition to the educational aspect of your Mennonite raising of your children, tell me a little bit about church. Is church frequent, more than once a week? Tell me how that rolls.
It will vary from church to church. In Gleason, we generally had 2 services on Sunday and a midweek service. So 3 services a week.
Heard a little bit about whether there might be revivals or some things on Saturdays and that kind of stuff. Is that?
Yes, sir. That was fairly frequent. We would generally, once every quarter to every 6 months, would have weekend meetings or revival meetings, generally from Friday through Sunday.
I want to talk to you about Mark's specific relationship with the church. I understand that you can attend church, but not necessarily be baptized into the church.
Correct. Correct.
Explain that for me.
Basically, we do not practice infant baptism. It's only on a confession of faith would someone be baptized in the church.
Okay, so just because you get born doesn't mean you get baptized into
Correct.
Mr. Gooch, I'm sorry, wait till Mr. Griffin finishes his question, okay? Before you answer. So just wait till he finishes getting the whole question out. I'm sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
It's hard to know when I'm going to stop, so it's okay. So don't get baptized in as a result of birth.
Correct.
So does one have to sign up and then get baptized by their own independent decision?
They would make an independent decision to follow the Lord. And then at such time, they would go through instruction to make sure their conversion was genuine and they would be baptized.
Is there an age where baptism is considered to be appropriate?
Generally, you're looking at age 12 up.
Now, and again, I'll just specifically focus on your son, Mark. Did Mark get baptized into the church?
Never.
Did Mark attend the church with the family through his youth?
Mark attended church with the family until we moved
And when did you move?
in 2017
Right. And from where, you moved from Gleason?
to Aconto.
Okay, so I don't know where that is. Help us out.
Gleason is in north central Wisconsin. We moved to northeastern Wisconsin.
Did you stay, did that cause a change in your Mennonite relationship?
No, we changed. We're in a similar church, but it's not quite the same conference.
Right. So at that point, Mark stopped participating.
Yes.
Did Mark stop participating because he had a philosophical difference, or can you tell us from your perspective why he stopped? If you know.
To the best of my knowledge, he wasn't of a converted heart. And at that point, I don't think he felt the need for it.
Much time after, well, let me go back for a second. When you were living in Gleason, is that a metro urban area or is that a rural area?
It doesn't get much more rural than Gleason.
So we got a couple of gas stations and something on the corner, or help us out a little bit.
Well, from where I lived, it was 25 miles to town. Gleason consisted of a gas station and a grocery store and a bar, and that was about it.
Right. Tell us what kind of lifestyle you had. What kind of work were you involved in as a family?
I worked as a pharmacist and still do, and we also dairy farmed. I was in the process of doing both, trying to pay off the debt on the farm, and my children were highly involved in the farm work, both milking cows and cropping.
So give us how many cows you got?
We had approximately 50 to 60 milk cows and a total of about 100 cows.
So the kids were involved in helping you with that.
I couldn't have done it without them.
Right. How much time after, well, let me phrase it this way. When you moved from Gleason, did the whole entire family move, or had other of the children already departed?
At that point, the children had, a lot of them had already married and moved to different places.
What about Mark?
He was still at home. When we moved, he was the only one left at home.
All right. How much time after that before there was a change in Mark's life where he went a different direction and came to Arizona?
He joined the military in there, and we highly discouraged him joining the military. He decided to do that, and then I'd have to look at the records, probably 2018, 2019.
And the effort to persuade him not to join the military was religious-based?
Yes.
I know that you have another son that was a law enforcement officer. Is that also true?
That is correct.
Is that okay from your perspective?
No.
Once in the Air Force, did you embrace Mark's decision?
It's like this. Everyone has to make their own way in life. He'd made the decision. He had to fulfill his obligation. At that point, we no longer discussed it in that regard because he was there. He'd already signed the papers. He had to be there for the 4 years.
I want to talk a little bit about an aspect of Mark's personality or character, if I could. I assume that nobody knows him any better than you do or your family does. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
So over the years, certainly you've had an opportunity to observe and appreciate what he's like. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Right. Would you tell us, sir, whether you have an opinion or whether Mark has a reputation for being a peaceful, nonviolent person?
Yes, sir. He is nonviolent. I mean, that was the expectation from very little. It's the expectation of the school. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, he was never involved in any physical altercation at school. Once he was...
I'm going to object beyond the scope of character. Thank you.
Sustained.
So let's move on. So in your presence, did he ever exhibit any indication of violent behavior?
No, sir.
any indication of aggressive behavior toward others physically?
No, sir.
We've had testimony that Mark received from you sometime associated with maybe the move, a .22 rifle that you had.
Correct.
Tell us about that rifle.
I bought it in the same year Mark was born, 1990. And basically, I quit farming due to a farm accident where I got crushed between a bale and the tractor. I ended up, we had to, needless to say, discard a lot of things, and I gave Mark that rifle.
Why'd you have the rifle?
I bought it, well, basically, we always have pests on farms to shoot rats and birds after my feed. So that's, we had that on there.
You have another son, Sam,
Correct.
and we've had Sam testify in front of us. Sam's road through the church similar to Mark's,
Correct.
never baptized,
Correct.
but raised in the same faith.
Correct.
Was Mark close to his siblings?
He was, especially his sisters and Sam.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
The way this works, you may get questions from the prosecutor or the court or the jury. Thank you.
Mr. Barker.
Good morning. You believe nobody knows Mark better than you?
Me and his family.
All right. It's fair to say, though, that you, at the time of these events, did not have a daily or even a weekly relationship with Mark, right?
I would talk to him probably weekly or every other weekly.
You said that there was no indication of violent behavior. You believe him to be nonviolent. You agree, sir, that there's a first time for everything?
That is correct.
If I heard you correctly, you said Mark was born in 1990. Is that correct?
No, he was born in 99.
All right, so maybe I just misheard that. The defendant, Mark, he doesn't have a converted heart. What is a converted heart?
What the scripture says is you've turned from darkness to light. What it says is you've decided to follow the Lord with your entire heart and what the tenets of the scripture would call for.
Okay. So he had not yet turned from darkness to light.
Correct.
Are you familiar with the Lamp and Light community in that church, in that area?
Yes.
Okay. That's a conservative Mennonite branch?
It would be very similar to our church.
Similar dress, similar views on technology and peacefulness, all that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you and your family left the church in Gleason, and it wasn't on good terms, was it?
There were some issues. Basically, we left because they were expecting me, basically take an economic loss of over $80,000 and get rid of my herd immediately. I sold them the following spring, and we had left to move to another community.
I didn't catch the last part. And left what?
We left to move to another community.
Okay. Because of that, what would you call it? A rift? A grudge?
No, not a grudge. What I would call it is they were asking things of me that were not economically sound, and I did not feel at that time was 6 months made much difference, but that's not the way they saw it. Couldn't afford a $50,000 or $80,000 loss.
Yeah. And that was, what time frame were we talking about?
2015, maybe?
And when did Mark leave the community to go to the Air Force?
You'd have to check the records, but I believe it was around 2019, but I can't say for exactly sure.
Okay. About 3 years later, roughly.
Roughly.
Did you know that the defendant had, did you know that Mark had an issue being an outsider in that community?
Because we were not born in the Mennonite community, there was some rough spots. simply because we didn't always see things eye to eye.
Were you aware the defendant referred to the church and members of it as a cult?
Not to my knowledge.
Why would the defendant have bitterness toward you?
He never expressed it, never has.
Has your wife ever told you that?
No,
Why would she send a text message to him saying that?
I don't know.
Have a moment, Judge. That's all I have.
Mr. Griffin?
I have no further questions.
All right. Do any of the witnesses have a question for this witness? Okay, apparently we do. Counsel, will you approach, please? Did you know a family from the Gleason Church that attended the Farmington, New Mexico church prior to coming to Gleason?
No.
All right. Any other questions for this witness before I turn him back over to counsel for follow-up? From the jury again. Any other questions from the jury for this witness? All right, apparently not. Mr. Griffin?
We approach this from
I'm sorry?
We approach from
Oh, yes, you can. Mr. Griffin, may this witness be excused and step down. All right, you're excused, you may step down. And then, counsel, will you approach? All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to break a little early for lunch. And I'm going to ask if we could vary your return time, since I'm going to let you go early. And if any one person can't do it, just raise your hand because if I'm talking about varying the schedule. But since we're going to go ahead and break early for lunch right now, well, we're not going to break early for lunch. Counsel and I need to continue to do some work on the case, but I don't want you just sitting around. I assume you'd rather, instead of waiting here, you could, enjoy the fresh air, or maybe you've got some things you could maybe do, since we've dominated your time these last few weeks. So that's why I'm gonna go ahead and recess. Because I'm gonna recess now, is there any one person that couldn't be back by 1? Okay. So would you all be okay with coming back at 1, so we can try to get you back into the courtroom and with continuing the trial? Okay, great. Thank you so much for your cooperation. I sure appreciate it. All right, remember the admonition. Do not talk to anyone about the case. Do not let anyone talk to you about it. Keep an open mind, and please do not form any opinions about the case. All right, so please be back in the jury room at 1 o'clock. We'll call for you as soon as we're ready. Thank you so much. We stand in recess. Please be seated. All right, counsel, anything further before we go ahead and recess? What I am thinking is, yes,
Can I add one thing?
yes.
In addition to what I've already indicated, I would also tell the court that my decision and my request was also based after consultation with the State Bar Ethics Council.
Thank you. Counsel, could you be back? I would ask you to be back so we'll just see where we're at with the particular issue that we're all looking into, or that the court's looking into. That's what I'll say. So, could you be back at 10 minutes to 12, and we'll see where we're at with what we've discussed on the record, but during a sidebar. About 11:50. We'll see where we're at. Can we do that? Okay, thank you. We stand in recess. Afternoon, the record will reflect the presence of counsel and the defendant and the jury. Mr. Griffin.
Judge, the defense rests.
Thank you. Mr. Barker.
The state rests its rebuttal.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what this means is, and I'm sorry that you waited longer for us, but I assure you that we've been working on the case the entire time that you were on the lunch and recess. So, here's the great news, and what I mean by great news is we've kept our word to you. The case will go to you tomorrow for deliberation. But I'm going to be excusing you now because now that both parties rested, counsel and I need to work on the final jury instructions. Remember, I mentioned to you during the preliminary jury instructions that we would give you, I will instruct you on the final instructions, we'll take your preliminary ones back from you, and I will instruct you on the final jury instructions, the law that you have to apply when you deliberate. And after I instruct you tomorrow morning, then the attorneys will make their closing arguments, and then you get the case for deliberation. So by good news, I'm saying we've kept to the schedule we told you we would, that we would get this case to you by Friday, meaning tomorrow, for deliberation. So this process takes some time, and I, again, don't want you waiting around for us, so I've consulted counsel, and what we're going to do is just go ahead and excuse you for the rest of the afternoon and ask that you be back at 8:45 in the morning tomorrow, and it is our plan and expectation we'll get to bring you in very close to 9 a.m. for final instructions by me and the closing arguments of counsel, and then you'll have the case for deliberation, okay? So, I'm going to remind you of the admonition. Do not talk to anyone about the case. Do not let anyone talk to you about it. That includes each other. And please keep an open mind about the case, and please do not form any opinions about the case. So we stand in recess. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Please be seated. Jury's been excused. So, counsel, can you approach for a moment? Counsel and I are going to meet in chambers to work this afternoon on finalizing the final jury instructions. All right. Counsel, anything further? We're going to go off the record right now, but we'll be on the record in chambers going through the final jury instructions. So, counsel, anything further? Mr. Griffin?
No, there's not.
All right. We'll call for you in just a few minutes, okay? And we'll do that back in the office area. Okay. Thank you.